Councillor Van Passen, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I have I can barely hear you for some reason. Here we go. That's better. I have a quick call I have to do right at 2:15. So I'm going to have you chair if that's okay, just to begin with. And then I'll take over once I come back.
Okay.
Does that work? Or I can start the meeting and I can jump off in 15 minutes.
Start the meeting and that'll save
Deputy
me
Mayor
from
Van
trying to
Passen,
pin
I'll get
everybody
you
and doing
some
all
chair
that.
notes for you. I'll print them off and bring them over.
All right.
Okay, just get everybody signed in here. Ryan is coming on. All right, I think if everybody is ready to begin, I would ask, even though we're all on Teams today, if you could please ensure your phones are on silent mode to keep your cameras on for the duration of the meeting. And I would ask that you unmute yourself when you're speaking. Councillor Taylor, are you with us? Okay, so we begin today with the Board of Health meeting, and the public hearing meetings for the public, they will begin at 3 p.m. and then we'll proceed with our special council meeting following the public hearing meetings once the Board of Health concludes. With that, I will call to order the Board of Health. Approval to the agenda, changes to the agenda. Could I have a motion to approve? Councillor Van Passen, do you have a change? You're on mute, sir.
Item number 3 that's listed as communications. I had asked that be included in the information package for council, not as communications. So, and I've talked to the clerk about that, and he'll make that adjustment later on. That was just for information purposes, it wasn't directed at the Board of Health. So. Okay,
sounds good. You'll move the change to the agenda then, and a seconder, please. Councillor Huffman, all those in favor? And that is carried. Councillor Taylor, are you with us? I don't know if you're frozen.
I'm here. I think I'm frozen though. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm frozen.
Okay, if there's an objection to anything, just make sure you speak up there until I can kind of see you.
Will do.
Any declarations of pecuniary interest? All right, seeing none, we have the minutes of February 2nd and February 24th special meeting before us. Are there any errors or omissions? Okay, seeing none, they will be adopted and signed by myself and the clerk. The communications item, as Councillor Van Passen just discussed, that will be moved over to the information package. And we do have an in-camera memo that was provided to the board with a verbal update for the Ministry of Health update on COVID-19 extraordinary cost funding. Does the board wish to discuss the matter in closed, or may we receive as information in open session? And Jason, did you wish to comment on this, or Heidi?
I'll say that there has been a slight update that Heidi has, if the board wishes to take that in camera, and from my memo, and then if the board doesn't want to go into close, that's fine. All that staff would have is that we be provided direction on the issuance of the 2 letters, and that direction doesn't have to be enclosed.
Okay, so with that, then I guess we'll still move into closed here if I'm understanding that correctly. So if I could have a motion that we move into closed session to discuss a verbal update from the Ministry of Health regarding on COVID-19 extraordinary cost funding pursuant to sections 239 2B and D of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees and labor relations or employee negotiations. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Rabbits, and seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that's carried. And Kevin, do you need us to join on a different link?
It will be the same link for this one, and then we're going to switch over to a link that includes the public hearing committee members and registered speakers, agents, after the Special Board of Health.
Sorry, I think you were kind of half muted there to begin with. So there is a different link, or we're staying here?
We're staying here for now, and then we're going to switch to a different link for 3 o'clock.
Perfect.
One moment before.
So, through the
think,
board chair,
we just have
if
some-
So
you're
are
okay.
we,
Not live
I'm
anymore.
just,
Give me a
sorry, Jason, are we in closed session then right now, Kevin?
I'm just going to verify with
we should. Okay.
Okay. Is there a second microphone that's on in council chambers?
Sounds like the echo's gone away.
All right, my understanding is we have reconvened in open session. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor or Member Columbus, my apologies. All those in favor? And that's carried. And I would just like to make a correction for the record. I had concerns just with the title of the reason that we were headed into closed session. I just wanted to update that to read that it was regarding an information memo and correspondence with the Ministry of Health. And so the additional provisions from the Municipal Act that we were relying upon were pursuant to sections 239, 2H and K of the Municipal Act as amended, as the subject matter pertains to information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory of a Crown agency or any of them, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. So again, that was just a correction for the record. Moving on, general announcements. I know we wanted to have some discussion there with the vaccination email, and Member Martin, if you would like to go ahead, and Member Van Passen, I am going to pass the chair to you to deal with the general announcements and the confirming bylaw and adjournment. And if I'm not back in time, if you could please start the public hearings at 3.
All right.
Thank you.
Member Martin.
Thank you, sir. Through you to staff, I'm sure all of council has had lots of questions concerning the vaccination program, and Mr. Burgess sent us an email on the weekend. I wondered if we could just have a bit of a discussion between Mr. Burgess and Heidi regarding that and the involvement of the local physicians, the locations, the choice of locations, and when after we move out of 80+, if we have any information at that point in time, what the vaccination program will look like, and if not, that's fine too. I just wanted to open that up. Thank you.
Through the chair to the board, I'll start, and Heidi can certainly fill in any mistakes or omissions I have. So as the board knows, Chief Page, our paramedic chief, has been seconded to the full-time position of, she's the point person in charge of the vaccination rollout program. And we are actively developing a plan for the vaccination rollout for the health unit. As part of the plan, we needed to look to build capacity so that we can meet the demands of more than 1,000 shots per day, needles and arms per day. Our partners in Holdeman had moved to a arena. We had evaluated our arenas. The reason that we needed to move out of a community center to an arena is the physical capacity of the community center would have limited us to about 240 shots per day. And that's for a variety of reasons. Where a hockey arena, because of the open spaces and just the greater physical space that's there, we can exceed 500 shots per day in an arena, as long as we have the vaccination supply. So that was the first decision, was to move to that. Many communities are moving to arenas, and we chose Delhi first and foremost because Delhi had the best layout for the flow for maintaining social and flow of the program going through that. Delhi was also nicely located for us. The hospital is running a current clinic in Simcoe, so we thought by having one in the West End, it provided a bit greater geographic spread for the services. We also looked at it, though it was lesser of a concern. We also looked at, how busy each of our arenas were, but that, like I said, was a lower priority concern, and our ability to move some of our programming around. There was a bunch of other concerns that we looked at, but what happened is staff scored Delhi as the best location. We did talk to Delhi Minor Hockey. They were very accommodating and graceful, with the situation, and we're working with them to move their games, and increase their schedule up until that point in time, or to move over to other arenas. So that's how we accommodated. In a perfect world, if we get the vaccines here, we're hoping that we can have a significant chunk of vaccination done in this community by the end of September. That will put a lot of distance behind us. And then we'll, do a different strategy potentially in the fall going forward. It's dependent upon a number of things, but that's our plan right now. We are going to roll out a much broader communication strategy for vaccination. We're working with the province on their reservation system. They are testing their reservation system out currently. Right now, we've been told that mid-March they may have a reservation system for us to use, but we're waiting and seeing for that. And then we'll be able to roll out greater communications to the broader community on, all the FAQs about, how we'll be rolling out the shots to the community, how will you call, how you get your appointment, all that stuff will be rolled out at that point in time once we have a bit more information from the province and once we know exactly what our capabilities are here. But, on a positive note, based upon everything that we're getting from the federal government and all the information that's out there, we think that there's going to be good supply of vaccination coming into Canada throughout the late spring and summer. And we just really want to be in a position where we can allocate and put needles in arms to as many vaccines we get. We don't want them sitting in a fridge or a freezer anywhere. We just want them getting in the arms, and we're trying to build that capacity. So hopefully I covered off most of your questions, Councillor Martin. If not,
yeah, if I could drill down very quickly just on a couple of things, Mr. Burgess, through you, Mr. Chair. So right now we're vaccinating the 80+ cohort, and that is being organized through family physicians. So if you're an individual in the community, you haven't been contacted by your family physician, you just deal with them directly. You're not going to our health unit. And then from there, they will arrange and schedule with our clinics.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to answer that question. So we have offered vaccinations to all residents in long-term care and retirement homes, their staff, and essential caregivers. We are vaccinating in accordance with the province's prioritization framework. And so we are currently working through the highest priority and very high priority healthcare workers. So healthcare workers are listed in multiple layers of priority, from highest priority to very high priority to high priority to priority. There are multiple layers of healthcare workers. We are working through the highest priority and very high priority healthcare workers now, and people who are 80 and older who are living in the community. We are working in partnership with family health teams in Haldimand County and Norfolk County and the family physicians. So for people who have a family physician in Haldimand and Norfolk County, physicians will be contacting, and we are working with those family health teams and the physicians to on the clinic schedule. We're not only planning for the first doses, but we are also planning ahead to ensure that we have scheduled times and vaccinations for second doses as well. And those time frames vary, whether you are a healthcare worker or whether you are an elderly person living in the community. As Mr. Burgess said, The province is actively working on and testing a scheduling system that we expect will be ready mid-March. And then we will make available to the community more information on how to access that if you don't have a family doctor or if you have a family doctor outside of the community. It is going to take us a number of weeks to work through each cohort of people in the prioritization framework. Because as I said, as some people are getting first doses, other people will become due for second doses. And so that's where we're really trying to build up and build out our capacity to vaccinate as many people as we can in accordance with the framework and as long as we have vaccine supply.
Sorry, just to give the board comfort too, we've developed internally our own reservation system as a stopgap measure. And we're using that currently, so if the province is delayed, we still have some tools that we're trying to effectively deploy, but that was our IT team worked in conjunction with the health unit to come up with a temporary reservation system.
Councillor Columbus, you got a hand up? Do you have a question? Or?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. And as you know, the Delhi Arena is going to be used for this purpose. There was an 8-week program for minor hockey supposed to be in place, and I understand that Sarah Page and Mr. Burgess, Bill Cridlin are accommodating those players. So the big issue that I've been getting calls on now, and I understand there was a meeting today that I'd like to get some clarification on, is with respect to the September ice, because I've been getting calls from adults and minor hockey again with respect to ensuring that ice is in the Delhi Arena in September, being that they're having to make this change here in the spring.
Yeah, and through the chair through the board, yeah, when we extended the ice, so our ice normally comes out at the end of March, and we made the decision to extend the ice to April because of the lockdown. We were very clear that it wasn't guaranteed ice because we needed to reevaluate the demand of that. So yeah, there is some loss of the ice in Delhi this year, but it was also ice that, you know, frankly, normally wouldn't have happened. As far as the September ice goes, you know, our plan is if we get good vaccination flow and we get good coverage, you know, we should be out of there, but I don't want to make a commitment to that currently because I just don't know. The one thing I've learned from COVID and I've learned from provincial and federal plans is I don't want to put too much weight on them, but the intent is if we get good vaccine coverage and we hit our numbers, we'd probably end up moving to a different clinic or, you know, adjusting it around some of the weeks that are there. So I know that's not the answer everyone wants to hear. They want to guarantee that ice is going to be in a certain date. But at this point in time, we'd be in a much better position come August to make that declaration of exactly how the vaccination rollout's going to happen and if we choose to move it at that point in time.
Okay, I hope we can keep that on the front burner, that thought, I think.
Okay, any other general announcements, questions?
Chair, I think Councillor Micheli's has had his hand up for a bit in case you could.
Okay, I don't have him on the screen, and so you know, just yell. So Councillor Micheli.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Through you to Jason. Jason, with regard to the vaccine rollout in the Delhi Arena, will there be an opportunity for volunteers to do some of that work? And secondly, because I know we're probably pressed for time a little bit here, secondly, will the health unit staff that is administering the vaccine, will they be accruing overtime during that period of time?
Through the chair to board member Shelley, we have difficulty using volunteer staff because of union agreements for that. So our current plan is to staff it with staff, and it's a mix of paramedic staff, volunteer firefighters, and public health staff, and there will also be Delhi, in this case Delhi family staff too from the family clinic, and that may change. That staffing complement may change as we move forward. So that's the question on the volunteer side. With regards to overtime, yes, we are looking at, Chief Page is evaluating different plans of whether it's an 8-hour day, a 10-hour day, a 12-hour clinic. We'll be evaluating that, and we will try to not use overtime, but I don't want to guarantee that there won't be overtime, because that might be a consideration. We also don't necessarily have great clarity. We only get a few days notice of how many vaccination shots we're going to get. So we try to maximize whatever we get. We're not, I know Chief Page and stuff, they've heard it over and over again. We're not turning away vaccinations. We're going to do whatever we can get. If we get vaccination allocated to us, we'll do everything we can do to take as much vaccine as they're willing to give to us. And if that requires overtime, then I'll authorize the overtime.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, if there's nothing else, seeing none, I have a motion in front of me, bylaw 2021-07, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Board of Health meeting for the Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit on March the 2nd, 2021, be approved, signed by the chair and board clerk, and affixed with corporate seal. Is there a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Michele, Councillor Rabbits, all in favor? That is carried. And then I think we would need a motion to adjourn. There's a mover and a seconder. Councillor Columbus. Councillor Michele flinched, he seconds. All in favor? And that's carried. And I'll ask Kevin, are we going to be shutting down this one and then rejoining for the Public Hearings Committee on a different channel?
That's correct, yes. There will be a different channel. I just sent it out again. So it should be at the top of your inbox, and we'll have to do the switch over so that the registered speakers can also attend.
Okay. So we will reconvene on that other station at 3:10. So thank you, everyone. Yeah, Kevin.
I'm just checking the participant list here.
Since I'm just temporary, I haven't got the whole technology of getting everybody pinned and getting everybody where I want them, and so I just got to wing it a little bit. So. Yeah, I think we
Chair,
got so.
Van Passen, we do have quorum with 5 right now, but no one can leave.
Okay, so we'll officially call the meeting
Can you
to
hear me
order.
okay on the speaker here? Jacob, am I muted?
No, you're good now. No echoes or anything.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Hello? You hear me? Anyone hear me?
Apologies, can you hear me? Chair Van Passen, we do have quorum.
Okay. So I'll go read through the little speech here. I would like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised, and I would ask that you ensure your phones are on silent mode and to keep your camera on and mute yourself when not speaking. And of course, remember to unmute yourself when speaking. Please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature icon to be called upon and to remove it after you're finished speaking. And so I will now call the Public Hearing Committee to order and ask for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, I now officially open the public meetings held under the Municipal Act, the Planning Act, and the County Policy. Please be advised that to preserve your right to appeal to the local planning appeals tribunal, you are required to make comments or provide written submissions prior to the passage of a bylaw. It is important to note that no final decisions are being made on these matters today. These meetings are to allow the public to provide initial comments, and further reports will come forward at a future date. The first application on the agenda is PD 21-04, an application for official plan amendment to amend the site-specific policy area 7.12.3.1 to add residential use to enable addition to an existing residential dwelling known as the Stonehouse located on the subject lands. The zoning bylaw amendment is to legally permit the establishment of a residential use on the subject lands while recognizing all existing dwelling units on site to a maximum of 8 dwellings. The application by Cadman Manufacturing Company and Agent Civic Planning Solutions has put forth this application affecting 17 Main Street, Cortland. And is it Fabian Sarah, will you present this report?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, or sorry, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me first right off the bat and that everybody can see my presentation before I continue.
Well, we can hear you and the presentation is on the screen. Okay,
sounds good. Thank you. So this application was submitted by Civic Planning Solutions on behalf of the property owners. The application is to construct onto the existing residential dwelling unit that's been referred to as the Stonehouse. This would result in a reduction of the total number of residential units on the Stonehouse from a total of 4 down to 2 units. Next slide, sir. The surrounding land uses are predominantly industrial land uses, and currently the subject lands are designated protected industrial. The purpose of the official plan amendment is to amend the site-specific policy area 7.12.31 on Schedule B in order to add a residential use to enable the addition. In terms of the zoning bylaw, the subject lands are currently zoned general industrial, and the proposed use is not a permitted use in this zone. The residential component is considered to be a non-conforming use. So historically, on this piece of property, This is home to the Cadman manufacturing facility. So this, essentially what's been happening here is that the family owns this property. This is home of the Cadman manufacturing facility. They make gold products and they manufacture gold. And so essentially what's been happening is that the family members who work in the manufacturing facility also live on site, and there are residential dwellings throughout. As you can see here, there's residential dwellings on there's residential dwellings on these on this piece of property. So these people would work on the manufacturing component, and then when their day is done of work, they would return to their residences at home. So for the zoning bylaw amendment, the purpose of this is, so the gold manufacturing use is permitted, but the residential component is not. So the purpose of the zoning amendment is comprised of 3 elements. This is to permit the establishment of the residential uses on the subject lands. The second component is to recognize a maximum of 8 residential units and to bring the site as a whole into conformity with the Norfolk County official plan. Regarding this application, there have been no comments or letters of concern that have been received from members of the public. So I am happy to answer any questions that you or members of the public may have in regards to this application. I do believe that the agent, David Rowe from Civic Planning Solutions, is online as well and can further assist in answering any questions if need be. That's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fabian. Are there any questions from committee for the planners? And again, if you have a question, just yell out if I don't recognize you, but seeing no questions for the planner, maybe we'll reserve it after Mr. Rowe's presentation that you could ask questions, but we have no other registered speakers. So Mr. Rowe, are you available to give a presentation?
Yes, I am basically here to answer any questions. If you're from the area, we know that this property has been used since I gather probably the 1940s or earlier for manufacture of gold jewelry and things like that. Historically, these houses, well, the original Stonehouse goes back to the probably the 1840s, 1850s. The other houses were built, I'm appearing before the Second World War or somewhere around that time. Historically, members of the family that worked in the facility did there. Over time, I think we have a couple of the homes are occupied still by members of the family. The others are rented out. What they're looking at doing is taking the Stonehouse, which had been subdivided into 4 apartments, and convert it, well, put a major addition on it and make it primarily a single family dwelling with a suite for the owner's mother, who's a widow, to live in as part of that house. The application will take what is legal non-conforming situation, legalize what is there, and confirm the total number of units, I think down to 8, if I'm not mistaken. Other than that, the business is still functioning, and it's been, again, probably one of the older industries or local businesses still in the original family name, going back probably 70 years plus. So what they're intending to do is to take the original and integrate a fairly large addition onto it and be the home for the owner of the company. That's basically it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rowe. Kevin, you have your little hand up. Do you have a question or comment?
Yes, I have a comment. Could we get a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Oh. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ravitz looks like he's smiling. Seconds. All in favor? Carried. See, the clerk always keeps us in line. So is there any questions for either the planner or for the applicant's agent? Seeing none, does anybody wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Councillor Michelli, Councillor Ravitz, moving the staff recommendation, I assume. Okay, that's moved, seconded. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, thank you very much to Fabian and to Mr. Rowe. We will move on to the next application is PD 21-06. An application has been received to amend the zoning bylaw to include site-specific zoning for subject lands to include the additional use of a wildlife rehabilitation center to the Hamlet residential zone. Denise and Brian Boniface have put forth the application affecting the land described as 14 Hilltop Drive, Port Ryerson. And who will be presenting this report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be presenting this report. Nicole Grant prepared the report, but her contract had ended with the municipality, so I'm presenting her report on her behalf.
Thank you.
Fabian's going to be working the PowerPoint for me here, so thank you. So thank you. As indicated, this application is in relation to 14 Hilltop Drive in Port Ryerson. This item was brought to planning's attention via a bylaw complaint, and in working with the property owner and exploring various options, the decision was made to file this zoning amendment application to request a site-specific provision to be applied to the property to allow for this continued use. To give some historical context, this wildlife rehabilitation center has operated at the site for approximately 15 years. The operator of the facility resides in the house, in the primary dwelling on the site, and is a licensed wildlife custodian, which is a license issued by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. Fabian, if you could just stay on the other slide for a moment, thank you. As shown on the slide, the primary dwelling is centrally located on the site with the well and the septic system at the front, fronting onto Hilltop Drive. And the wildlife shed is in the back area with various movable crates, which are temporary to house the injured wildlife. Through comments, it was flagged by the building department that the 12 by 12 structure appears to have been constructed without a permit. So subject to approval of this request, a building permit would be required. And that has been communicated to the property owner. So go to the next slide, please, Fabian. Those are just some pictures. Those were some pictures of the site in the rear yard area. Through public, we did receive many, many letters of support in regards to this application, which were included in the council package. And we did receive one letter in writing in opposition to the proposal. We did hear from one other individual, but they did not want to put their comments in writing. In regards to some of the concerns that were flagged, the applicant did provide some additional information, which is included in your package, responding to some of the issues. Specifically in terms of protocols, there are specific protocols in place around the release of rehabilitated wildlife, and they are not released within the residential area. Also of note, given the timing of the application, staff, when they did their site inspection, so the planner and the zoning administrator, it was the winter time and the facility was shut down. So they didn't get a full review of the site in terms of the odor complaint. We did receive, I was able to receive information from the bylaw officer who attended the site, and his comments confirm that although there was some odor in the rear area, there was nothing that was particularly, to quote, that was particularly bad at the time. It was flagged also that the smell can get stronger at times when it rains, but otherwise the bylaw inspector indicated that based on his review, there was nothing particularly bad, and his site inspection happened in the fall of last year. Given the unique situation of this proposal, staff did include a draft definition of the wildlife facility term for consideration, and that'll be further explored in the recommendation report. But with that, I will leave the presentation there and answer any questions that council might have.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the planners? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair, Mike Columbus here. I had my hand up. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Mike. Yeah, just chime in because my screen keeps flipping.
Just a couple of questions here. With respect to the waste disposal, we talked about the cleanliness of the operation there. Where is the waste from these animals that are housed? How do they get rid of it?
Sure, so I'll answer the best that I can, and the property owner is here and can perhaps provide additional information when they speak to the matter. So based on the notes left behind, some of the waste in terms of the feces is, I believe, recycled and buried on the site. That's my understanding, but again, the property owner can speak to that further when she or her colleagues speak.
And secondly, how many wildlife would be kept on site at any one time?
I don't have that number immediately in front of me. I'm looking to my friend here.
It does vary from year to year, but due to COVID, I have brought in less. And generally, I don't have much more than about 15 raccoons, a few squirrels, maybe about 10 skunks, and less than 10 possums on the property at one time. But animals do come and go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we do have one registered speaker, Alistair Copeland.
Yes.
Would you like to address the committee?
Yes, I would. I'm Alistair Copeland. I'm the partner of Gloria Mueller. We own 12 Hilltop. We are the victims of the stench from 14 Hilltop, as are other immediate neighbors. We moved there 2.5 years ago. On moving day, neighbor Ryan from the opposite side, 16 Hilltop, came to us to welcome us and said, "Hey, I'm really sorry about the smell that you're going to have to endure." We have lived through 2 summers of severe stench. It's not worse when it rains, it's worse when it's warm and lots of animals. I spoke briefly to them after moving in because they were openly feeding rodents. Our garage was overrun and became an apartment building for skunks, possum, raccoons, and rodents. I had to trap and remove and spend time and money to seal up our garage. The previous owner of the property, Dan and Leanne Smith, had spoken to them before about this on a few occasions, and they report that nothing really changed. I've spoken to the owner about the stench, but nothing changes. When I yell over that it really stinks, she just walks away. We have had to abandon working in our garage to the pervasive stench, and at times I got nauseous from the. We removed our freezer from the garage for fear of contamination to our food. The stench is so strong it stays in your upper nasal passages, the nasopharynx, for some time, even away from the stench. On several occasions, it was so strong we could not even use our deck to have our meal out there. In the summer, visitors usually ask us what the smell is. It's rather embarrassing. Most neighbors that visit complain of the stench from the street, but point out how much worse the stench is at our house as the immediate neighbors. For 4 or 5 months, the stench, the accumulation of foul urine, feces, perhaps vomit, sick animals, can permeate our garage and yard. There's never anything to do anything about this fermenting stench. This past summer and early fall, the stench was so severe, we reported to the health department and bylaws. And bylaws basically examined and realized that they were not adhering to zoning bylaws and shut them down. We strongly believe the said property is far too small, too close to neighbors, and should not be awarded a change to zoning for a wildlife center. This facility has shown non-compliance to zoning, bylaws, health standards, and the neighborhood, with the risk from the bacterial soup that's emanating from there. As immediate neighbors to this facility, Brad's Den substantially interferes with the enjoyment and use of our property. Canadian property law clearly states that it is your right, our right, to enjoy our property and have a quality life on our property. It is not the Bryden's Den right to steal our rights to enjoy our property and use our property appropriately. In closing, the Wildlife Center has many supporters and perhaps some in council. I would urge you to look at the property and in particular speak to the bylaw officer, as you've heard today. You'll be appalled. You'll be extremely appalled in the summer months. To the many supporters, I should ask this question. Would you live next door to the unbearable stench? It is fine to say this needs to be keep open by those who don't live beside it, or I should say, in the stench of it. Would you be able to eat your meal on your deck with a stench like that? I would think not. I would like to work in my garage again and use my deck appropriately and eat out there when we wish to. The animal rescue should be located on some property away from neighbors, perhaps on agricultural land. We are the immediate neighbors to the Wildlife Center, and it seriously interferes with the use and enjoyment of our property during those hot several months. Respectfully, Alistair Copeland and Gloria Muller.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Copeland. Is there any questions from committee for the deputation? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you. I guess my question for the deputation is that when you were viewing this property prior to purchase, did you notice anything that was unsettling in terms of a stench or anything like that?
Not when we viewed it, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus, are you got a hand up there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question with respect to the health concern, did you actually try to contact the health unit to see what kind of input they could provide?
Yes,
you were concerned about the health issue.
Yes, we did, and they referred us to bylaws instead.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Any questions for the staff? No. Does someone wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Councillor Rabbits, Councillor Huffman, the staff recommendation. Okay. All in favor? That is carried. And I believe that the mayor has returned, so she can take over running this meeting. It should go much smoother that way. Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen, for taking over. I appreciate it. So next item on the agenda is PD 2107. This is an application that has been received to remove the site-specific zoning provision 14.334 to enable the development of a single detached dwelling on the subject lands. John and Andrea Hecker have put forth the application affecting the lands described as 20 Ethel Ferris Street in Port Rowan. And Tricia, I believe you're going to present this report.
Yes, yes I am. Good afternoon. So this is a very straightforward planning application for a property located in Port Rowan at the corner of College Avenue and Ethel Ferris Street. I'll just ask Vivian to go to the next slide, please. And then the next slide after that. So essentially, a number of years ago, a planning application came forward looking to put a townhouse development on this site. And in order to accommodate that townhouse development, they needed to put the site-specific provision on so that the frontage was onto College Avenue. That development never happened, and the property was sold, and the new property owner essentially wants to go back to the original zoning to build a single detached dwelling unit. However, the site-specific condition on there prohibited them from doing that. So essentially all they want to do is delete or remove that site-specific provision to allow for just the simple R2 zone, and then they can go ahead with their single detached dwelling. So that is the proposal in the summary in a nutshell. I can answer any questions if you have any.
Sorry. Well, the mayor's back. Thanks.
Sorry, I was on mute there. We don't have any registered speakers on the report. Thank you, Tricia. In that case, are there any questions from the committee? And I think I saw Councillor Michelle, your hand first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to mention that just to eliminate any ambiguity on the first page of the report, under the site features and land use section. And I know Tricia said that this application is in Port Rowan. In that paragraph, it says Cortland. I just want to make that correction. Thank you.
Yeah, that was pointed out to us, but it was already, the report had already been uploaded. But yes, you are correct. That is a typo. It is Port Rowan, not Cortland.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus?
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
No problem. Any other questions from council members? Somebody wish to move the staff recommendation? Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? And that is carried. Just lost my place here. Next item is PD 21-08. This is an application that has been received to permit a draft plan of subdivision of 17 individual residential units. The draft plan of subdivision application is being reviewed concurrently with a zoning bylaw amendment to add a site-specific provision to permit reduced lot size. In addition, the application includes a request for the removal of an existing holding provision from the subject lands. David Holmes, on behalf of 1152429 Ontario Incorporated and Agent Civic Planning Solutions, have put forth the application affecting the lands described as Part Lot 4, Concession 11, the rural area of Charlotteville, Norfolk County, and Lindo. And are you presenting, or is Tricia presenting this one?
Good afternoon. Mohammed's going to be presenting this, and we're just waiting for Fabian to put the presentation up for us. There we go.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the Council. I think you can hear me clearly.
It's great, Mohammed. Thank you.
So this application is about a draft plan of subdivision and the zoning by amendment of 17 single-digit dwellings. The subject site is located in the historical village of Lindo. The site is actually at the eastern edge of its settlement area. The site is surrounded by single-detached dwellings at the eastern side and predominantly agricultural lands at all other sides. The site is designated as hamlet in the official plan and zoned as hamlet residential. The zoning for this site was initially approved in 1988 for 30 residential lots. A holding provision has also been in place since then to address the ongoing water shortage and other impacts through future developments. Lindo has a long history with earliest known inhabitants from around 1000 to 1300 AD. The foundation of the village started in mid-19th century, and there are a significant number of historical dwellings currently designated as heritage building, some of which you can see in the slide at the bottom. Fabian, if you can go to the next slide. So the development proposal is for 70 single detached lots with access from Lindo Road and Charlottesville Road 12 to a draft plan of subdivision application. A zoning bylaw amendment is also submitted to reduce the required lot size and to remove the existing holding. Next slide. Several technical reports are submitted in support of the development. Among them, the geotechnical report recognized the shallow water table and recommended specific measures for structure and septic system. The traffic impact study identified the need to reduce the traffic speed from 80 km/h to 60 km/h along Lindo Road to a certain extent. And stage 1 and 3 archaeological studies are performed, and a stage 3 assessment is recommended for a particular portion of the site. So, Madam Chair, we just received the development engineering comments, which is not included in the staff report, but that will be utilized for further conversation with the applicant. Key technical comments include a recommendation to keep the holding provision in place until the council adopt an entire storm outlet that includes the proposed 17 lots. Technical comments also include revision of drainage patterns and revision of the capacity of septic system. Next slide, please. So, Madam Chair, staff has received a significant number of concerns and issues related to this development. Of them, key concerns include lack of respect to heritage value. Well, we did not receive any detailed design, and at this time, it is not possible to assess, but there is a fear that the proposed development would diminish the heritage value of the village. Other concerns include impact of traffic resulting from the addition of these 17 dwellings, impact on surrounding private well that are already overburdened with shallow water level, particularly in the summer season, possible contamination of septic bed due to shallow water level, and overflow drainage water that is already an existing problem, particularly at the western side of the land. The image in the slide shows the inundation during the winter season. The council, through Madam Chair and the council, considering a number of critical issues identified, possible next steps recommended by the staff, and that includes a study of all surrounding wells, including data covering the summer season, updated functional servicing and drainage pattern. Staff also recognized that there is a need of neighborhood meeting to address these issues between now and the next council meeting. And also a heritage study should be provided to ensure that the new development maintains the overall heritage character of the building. This report is presented as information, and I think Agent David Rowe and applicant David Holmes are also attending the meeting, and I will have to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. So for committee members, we have 7 registered speakers as well as Mr. Rowe. So if you have questions for staff, now you can pose them, but we'll also come back to staff again at the end if you have additional questions. So are there any questions for staff members at this time? Otherwise, I'll ask Mr. Rowe to do his presentation. Mr. Rowe, if you'd like to go ahead, please, sir.
Okay. Council has seen the report. We have done to date a fair amount of engineering and other studies related to the site. In particular, the functional servicing report, hydrogeological report, archaeological, and there have been a number of concerns raised, which we are intending to do further reports to address concerns that have been raised by agencies as well as the public before we come back to council. The owners of the subdivision actually live just to the north, right across the road from the proposed subdivision. And their intent is to establish architectural designs and approvals for the type of homes and the facades and what have you of the homes that will be in fact built there. It's also because the fact that they do live there and wanting to be good neighbors, every effort will be made to ensure that there will not be negative impacts on neighbors in terms of water supply, potable water supply. In terms of the drainage and stormwater concerns, this will in fact address many of the existing concerns. If you saw the slide there with showing water ponding on portions of the site, as well as the backyards of some of the neighboring properties. So the approved drainage outlet and the approved stormwater management plan will address those existing concerns as well. List of outstanding matters is part of the presentation, and we intend to follow up on those and then have a neighborhood meeting again to go over the technical information and provide that to the neighbors as well, coming back to council to address all of the concerns that have been raised to date. I guess one other point, the lands in question have been designated as part of the hamlet of Lindo since 1980, when I prepared the first Delhi district plan. So council has included these lands as part of the hamlet for, I guess now, at least 40 years. So it has been on the books for development since some 40 years, which goes back quite a while. If there's any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them. And I think Dave Holmes, who's the applicant for the owners, might have something further to add. Dave? It's pretty quiet.
Okay, Mr. Rowe, are there any questions first from the committee, and we'll have you stay on as well, in case there's any questions afterwards. So are there any questions for Mr. Rowe from the committee at this time? Councilor Rabbits, I see your hand, I believe. I don't see you.
Thank you, and through you, I did raise my hand. At least you can see the icon there. I appreciate that. My question through you to Mr. Rowe. Firstly, I'm not very experienced in what triggers the need for a stormwater management pond. And this looks like a significant development, from my perspective, but perhaps someone that has more experience with Planum subdivisions, you might know what the density that triggers that is, or what hydrological need would make you include a stormwater management pond in your design. I was hoping just for some comment about what triggers that. Should I be looking for that in this scale of a design, or was that even considered?
I guess to answer that, the little bit of history. At one point, any subdivision of any size would have on-site or have a stormwater detention or retention pond. What the current thought is, and from an environmental perspective, is to design the lots, and these are approximately acre-sized lots, to retain as much peak flows, stormwater on the lot itself, and then more gradually drain to the legal outlet. In this case, would be through a municipal drain down to Big Creek. So Historically, municipalities went through phases of, first of all, fencing off stormwater ponds, which then tended to grow up into weeds, then to making them more park-like, to now, from an environmental perspective, is to retain the stormwater on the lots as much as possible and to avoid putting in a stormwater pond, if at all possible, because it serves the environment to allow water to seep into the soil and then down into the water table, as opposed to draining all of the waters off the site as quickly as possible to a legal outlet such as a creek, and that's caused issues in particular with high levels of phosphates and whatnot getting into the Great Lakes. So what you're seeing now, it seems to be the trend in terms of stormwater management.
Councillor Van Pass.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Roberts. Sorry, I didn't realize you had.
Yeah, sorry, if I may continue, I did have one more question. I appreciate your response there, Mr. Rowe. I'll look forward to hearing more from staff about stormwater management. And I know we have a future report coming to council, so I just wanted your perspective on stormwater management. And I think specifically that westernly portion that is very wet, you can see from a number of different aerial photos and being familiar with the site that it hasn't had agricultural activity on it. In that corner there, you can see they've been turning vehicles around, or they haven't been practicing agriculture, maybe due to the crops that they're growing there, but it seems to be the wet corner.
Yeah. Road. No, that's not true. Must be old pictures.
Yeah. Oh, is there someone farming it right at this very
Currently,
moment?
it's been farmed for years. Our neighbor across the road, Glenn Godward, farms
The whole
it.
property's been farmed for years.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Maybe I'm
No
just
worries.
looking at bad aerial photography, or maybe I'm just getting images at the wrong time of season there. But I was looking at the images of the tarping activities and the farming there. I'm not sure what crops are growing in that corner. Looks like it's different, but I saw from the photos that it seems to be the wet. That's where all the water's draining to, right? So that's where we have the ponding and the pooling. So I was just suspecting as a layperson that that's where a stormwater management pond may be located. But my next question was with the roadways. So, are we hoping to have a design where that Artillery Road, Charlottesville Road 12, I imagine they'd be having driveways a lot like the other residences onto that road, and maybe the traffic isn't a concern there. But going into Linddock, that's sort of been the road that's been less densely populated. It functions much like a highway. Rates of speed are quite high there before you lose visibility with the hidden driveways and you kind of get down into the valley. I want to hear a little bit of information from the developer or the proponent or yourself, David, if you know what the driveways are going to look like. Are we expecting more 911 numbers, those little green signs, long driveways where you can see someone making their approach? You could slow down if you're operating a large piece of farm equipment, or are we going to have short driveways with homes having large backyards and maybe not so much notice, because folks have habits and they'll be hard to change. But the existing roads there, they tend to have a little longer driveway, and they kind of got their 911 tag out at the road. And I know traffic's going to be a concern there. It's going to come up again when we hear from our speakers.
Yes, Dave, I can speak to that. Dave Holmes here with the Clofers, Mike and Sandy Clofer. It was recommended in the traffic study that the speed would be reduced from 80 to 60 to the east of Linddock and coming into the village. In addition, as well, it was brought up in the pre-consultation meeting that there be T driveways or turnaround driveways installed on Linddock Road so that vehicles wouldn't be backing onto the road, but would be turning and facing the road as they come out. So those would be provisions we would be looking at putting into the subdivision agreement.
Councillor Van Pass.
Nothing further.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Rabbit brought up the idea of a stormwater retention pond, but I'd like to ask about, it's lots 9 and 10 that are down in that bottom. Have you looked at sort of creating a 2-acre French drain system to handle the surface water? But it would be, through a drainage, it would also keep that water in the aquifer to alleviate the other problem in the summertime of lack of water in the wells. Is that something that could be looked at? It would eliminate 2 lots out of the plan of subdivision, but those are the undersized lots anyway. So is that something that you might be able to comment on, Mr. Rowe?
I will leave that to Dave Holmes. I know he's been much more involved on the engineering aspect of it.
Yes, we actually petitioned the county a couple of years ago to for the municipal drain, to upgrade the municipal drain for there. So there's been considerable work done by engineers that we've hired and county engineers in terms of dealing with the flow, because it not only affects the subdivision, but it also affects the existing houses that are there, primarily the ones to the west, but also the properties surrounding the subdivision. So the county actually is looking at putting an improved municipal drain that will pull water out of there back over to Big Creek from the subdivision, that will benefit all of the existing properties in that area.
The water laying there wasn't in that property.
Yeah.
Further questions? Councillor Van Passen?
And yes, Madam Mayor. Also, are you looking at some sort of physical buffer at the east end of the property along Norwood Road there to sort of separate it from, there is a fair-sized agricultural operation next door, and probably maybe at site plan time to maybe a bit of a berm with some trees on it or something to sort of separate the hamlet residential from the agricultural zone?
We haven't, but I would plant trees planted there would be nice.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. We haven't actually looked at anything right now, but that would be a good idea to put some trees there to put some type of a buffer up. That can easily be done.
And one more question: have you looked at developing all the homes with cisterns rather than individual wells? And even if they're a cistern with a well, where the benefit of a cistern, when everybody comes home and jumps in the shower and you're doing laundry all at the same time, you've got that reserve to draw on, and a well would only have to refill that cistern over time rather than immediately. Is that something that you'd be willing to look at?
Well, we have done significant work on water table right now, and it appears that there's a significant water table below 20 meters on the property. So what we are planning on doing is installing 3 test wells in there and monitoring those in the interim. Those are going to be done, weather permitting, very soon, so that we can monitor water levels in the area to see what's done. But it has not been, a cistern has not been discussed, because the reporting is basically showing that there is plenty of water in that area if you do go deep enough.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Columbus?
Yes, Councillor Van Passen has hit on my question with respect to water supply. That was a concern that I received many calls on about during the drought season, the fact that some people are short of water. But Mr. Holmes, I think, has clarified that there is depth of water going down. I forget how many meters he just said, but in the past, a lot of those places in Lindo were relying on the point system, putting a point down, which is only good for about 24 feet. So I'm glad to hear that they're doing this hydrological study to make sure that people do have the water.
Clover, I live right across from the subdivision, and about 15 years ago, we had a point well system, and we had to replace it, and we went quite deep, and I'm sorry, I don't know how deep, but we've never, ever had problems with water again. So the point did not work for us. I know that. And we had problems in the summer, but as soon as we put in the real well, it was fine.
Yeah, we have done a survey of all the wells in the area, and it does appear that wells that are 10 meters or less are going to have water fluctuations, especially in the summer months. So 20 meters seems to be something that where there's significant water, but that's why we're putting some test wells in so that we can actively monitor that and test the rates and see how it affects the adjoining properties around them.
Okay, Mr. Holmes, did you have anything further you wish to present at this time?
No, I think, no, we're good.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to carry on with the list of speakers. I'm going to remind the speakers that you are limited to a maximum of 5 minutes. And the first speaker that we have registered to address the committee is Glenn Caudron.
Yes, just talking about the drainage part down there, like a long time ago, like if you've seen on lots 9, 10, and 11, used to be an open pond there with an open ditch. There's never ever been a problem with water standing anywhere until they actually closed that ditch. And before some of the new owners have bought the property, there has been water on. I guess since then there's been water in their backyards, but I know farther down through the next property crossing that road, a lot of those ditches that's open yet, if they were just cleaned out and everything was, most of those people went through all their leaves and all the other stuff in that pond, I don't think there'd be water standing in those backyards or anything like that. The water would have a place to drain down to Big Creek.
Any further comments, or that's it?
That's all I have to say.
Thanks for joining us today, sir. Next speaker we have registered is Steve Shear. Steve, if you'd like to address the committee.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I'm just going to share a picture here. I hope you guys can see it because I just got it. Can you see that there?
Yes, we can.
First, my input into this proposed application. My name is Steve Shears, resident of Lindo for 51 years, 20 years residing in the town of Lindo, 21 at our present home at 34, wife Annette, 3 kids, Hannah, Hayden, Foster. We first purchased our home from Leslie, the builder of our home and the original owner of these subject lands, who secured the original plan of subdivision within the township of Delhi, region of Haldeman, Norfolk. He provided significant insight to the property, both ours and those lands to be developed. Before I continue, I'd like to recognize Les for his help in reviewing these areas of concern being forwarded this afternoon. In fact, Les still lives in Norfolk, and catching up with him recently remains sharp as a tack. He would be more than happy to provide a lifetime of observation and insight if Norfolk planners or councillors would like additional information that can't come from a quick survey or a few boreholes. The first concern we have is the differences between the original plan and the proposed plan. The original plan called for 21 homes, of which 3 were built. It would include a 2-acre park, leaving the balance of the property to accommodate 18 homes. This new plan has one less home, increased lot size, all at the cost of the designated parkland. With the growth of Lindock and the loss of our church and public school when we moved here, we thought that backing onto a park would be great, especially given we had a young and yet growing family. So when we purchased our home, we were aware at some point down the road we would have a lot more neighbors and a lot of activity in this park that would be our backyard. And we're okay with that. Loss of the park under this plan, though, we're not so keen on, as we are of the opinion the space would truly have greater value than what the developer would be willing to pay in lieu to the county's parks reserve. But there's a practical reason as to why this area should be left open as green space. The reason Les chose this area as parkland was because it was within an area that was already wet in nature, included a drainage ditch of a former irrigation pond, plus a bountiful spring that runs from the north to south through our property into what is labeled lots 9 and 10. We can hit this spring in the corner of our lot, adjacent to lot 9, within 3 feet. You dig down 3 feet, you hit water. This area is also ahead of the municipal buried drain. As you will see in pictures provided, this existing drain cannot handle open farmland, let alone the increased runoff from rooftop from semi and impermeable surfaces. And this drain goes directly into Big Creek, another concern. What is the environmental impact of this outflow? Will this drain need to be upgraded, and who's going to pay for that? An example of the wetness of the property, the house is recently built the house immediately to the west of the subject lands had to build their house on grade and backfill, as they too have such a high water table in this area. These lots, if backfilled, will have an impact on the existing homes to the north. It should be known a traditional septic system cannot be used on those lots in particular, as we have just installed at significant expense a new septic system to deal with the high water table. If the grades are changed to accommodate these lots, my septic system could be flooded, so this is a serious concern. A couple things about drainage. Routing the drainage along Lindock Road would be an issue, as there is no working storm drain system in Lindock. We have grates, but the grade when they were originally put in was wrong, so they were cemented shut. So this runoff will need to be diverted to an already existing overtaxed drain. This green space was going to deal with this drainage if the upper field to be developed. Not quite a storm pond, but a green space that could deal with this increased runoff, helping recharge the water table versus draining it directly into Big Creek. As for the runoff being routed through the ditches along Charlotteville Road 12, we don't have ditches. It runs right down the middle of the road, and we're fine with that too. Beyond this wet area, the issue goes from lots of water to no water. I would suggest, and I'm glad to see there's going to be further study. Existing property owners are struggling for water now, and they should be involved in this discussion.
You have 1 minute remaining, Steve.
17 homes may be too much and should be bonded over 12 months. In terms of traffic, it will require Charlotteville Road 12 being widened, as presently our road holds a car and a half. There's not enough. The road would have to be upgraded. As you can see on the original plan, many of these issues were already dealt with in terms of traffic flow, in terms of blind spots, and dealing with the issue. The last item which we trust, the sellers will advise potential buyers when marketing the sale of the building lots that they are moving to the country and our neighbors are farmers, and there'll be noise, smells, traffic, all the surrounding farm operations. They too are part of Lindock, and we're very protective of them. Other than the issues surrounding parkland tied to drainage and access to reliable water support sources, we look forward to new neighbors, as progress on this plan from long ago can no longer be held back forever. So thank you for listening to our concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Sears. The next speaker I have registered is Donald Scott and Natasha Celeste as one speaker.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi there, it's Donald Scott. I go by Bruce, but anyway, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and county councillors and city staff and everyone else participating today. I've sent several concerns into the planning department, and I've put together just a little document, and I'll read it expressing my concerns at this moment. My name is Scott, and my wife and I, Natasha, have lived in Lindock for over 6 years. Everyone can hear me?
Yes, Steve, if I could just get you actually to take down your presentation as well when you can, thank you. And please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. When I heard through the grapevine about the proposed subdivision and saw how many homes were proposed to be built, the first thing that came to mind was that 17 new houses would be way more than what the water table would hold, for which supplies our wells. What everybody has to realize is that the land that is in question here slopes down to the existing village of Lindock. So all groundwater passes through this land and eventually ends up down on the flatlands and towards Big Creek. But with 17 new wells set at the high point of land, I would be concerned that they will significantly reduce the quantity of groundwater that we rely on. And my neighbors have all had their wells go dry in summer months, and we all don't water our lawns and gardens with well water. And we are being very careful about preserving our water. We aren't large families as well. Testing which was done to support the proposal, I don't feel reflects the reality of the situation. Water flow rates were done in November to April, when the water table was at its highest point. I think a more accurate test should be done throughout the summer months and into the fall. Now, I understand this is going to be executed through the course of this season, so we'll be looking forward to hearing about the results of that. Also, adjacent wells should be also monitored, not just wells that are dug into the proposed property, because these are the wells that are going to be affected by the 17 new properties. So I think that has to be addressed as well. And the report states that a more detailed hydrological study needs to be done. And this I would encourage to go ahead as soon as possible. As section 116 of the Provincial Policy Statement 2020 states, if a private sewage and water services are being used, then site conditions have to be suitable for, quote, long-term provision of such services with no negative impact. So it's all well and good for the developers to say that they have every best interest in the community at heart, but is there any really exact way to measure how much water is going to be extracted from the ground aquifer from this development? Concerning drainage issues, I will let those residents that will have more directly affected by this problem to speak about that. But in the report with the proposal, the question of where and how to direct runoff water is sort of dealt with in a sketchy manner. The report mentions that a drain, which in some portions is little more than a ditch, during times of significant runoff in spring and heavy summer rains, this ditch overflows and inundates local backyards. The report says that these issues will be dealt with at the detailed design stage after the project is approved. I feel that these issues need to be dealt with now and not left to after the project is approved and underway. A couple of questions also need to be answered as to when they're digging all these basements, how much water will be pumped out and down into Big Creek in some way, and won't that also affect the decreasing groundwater supply? And then what about the contamination of water from cars, drainage, and that sort of thing? Regarding septic systems, I have my doubts about how well a standard septic system will function in some of the areas of this property where there's a high water table.
You have 1 minute remaining, sir.
All right. So I have some questions about how these septic tanks would, or the septic systems would function, but I don't see that being dealt with in the report. Question also, some further questions, is this subdivision going to be treated as a unified subdivision built by one builder or with individual lots to be sold off? And has any thought been given to the design of the houses to reflect the historic nature of the community? Traffic study done in January, all well and good, but it's much different in summer months when the traffic is busy here. And then what about provision of park space for kids to play? Another whole issue. So I think, a last paragraph, that a lot more study and tests need to be done to show that a development like this will not have any negative impacts on the community. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, sir. The council will be able to pose some of those questions to staff and to the applicant after we've heard all of the presentations. The next is Karina Lair.
Hi there. Sorry, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I just wanted to talk to everyone today and just see what's being going on with this development. It has a huge concern for me, as I was born in Lindo and have lived there for 51 years. I went to Lindo Public School, and I've roamed all the hills and all the fields, and I just feel this, of all places, is not the place that needs to have a subdivision. There are many places, there are many lands that could be developed that are on existing places that have more infrastructure or larger towns. Unfortunately, they are not owned by Mr. Holmes, so we are here. And being, understanding that Lindo basically came to be in 1853 when the Charlton family came. That is the house that my family now take care of, and we want to keep that in perspective. I know that that is not what this is about, but I think everybody should take a moment to reflect, not only on our environment, but our history. That being said, I will go straight to the water issue. It's always been a water issue. It always will be. It's in the history of the village. And despite that, we managed to maintain the small houses we have. Now we're practically doubling it in size. And for what? So I just ask that everybody please, please take a look at what we have. I have lived away from Lindau, and it's a very special place in the world. And it's not going to be anywhere if none of us have water, if we have sewers seeping through everywhere. And we're smarter than that. We can do a better job. I know we can. Now, I also should have full disclosure. As a documentary producer, I'm going to have to take a hard look, which is going to be very hard, at making a fully cited documentary of this. So I would ask, and I'll brace everybody who would like their opinions included, that I will be fair and I will be just and I will be honest, but I did want everyone to know where I stand living in one of the houses that will be affected, being raised in the village that will be affected, what I am up against and what I'm dealing with. So I support any means we can to keep this beautiful village together with its water, with its safe drinking water, with its proper sewage. So that's all I have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Karina, for your presentation. The next registered speaker we have is John Walker. John, are you on the line? Okay, we can come back to Mr. Walker. Following Mr. Walker was Martin Earl and Tina Gruel. Let me ask this a different way. Are there any speakers that are online that wish to speak to this matter that have not yet had the chance?
Yes, I'm here.
And you are? And the last gentleman that spoke, could you identify yourself?
Hello? I'm
Hi.
Brian Bilger.
Okay, I didn't have you on the list, but you are welcome to speak. You have 5 minutes, sir.
That was the whole thing. I was on the, okay, I won't even talk about that. Okay, my name is Brian Bilger. My wife is Andrea. I have 2 daughters. I live in the lowest spot of Lindau, where all the water pools. I'm the one that sent all the pictures. I don't know if everyone's seen every single picture, because the 2 pictures they showed on here earlier weren't the worst ones. So my number one concern, of course, is drainage. I don't even have a dry backyard in the summer now. Ever since they built the new house up next to me. So I bought my house 17 years ago, and the previous owners of my house and the neighboring properties, they put in a drainage, a catch basin, 5 catch basins, and a drainage from a local contractor that's just down the road. They put the basins in, and they put a house up beside me just 2 years ago, and now there's a moat going around the house, and my backyard now the water's diverted from that house going around that house into my yard, and it's spread the whole yard, and it's creeping closer and closer to my basement. Now I'm in the middle of finishing my basement. Now, do I finish my basement or not? Because I don't think I better, because the water's getting worse. This one house made the water a lot worse. Just one house. So I'm not 100% sure if you want to put any more houses up. I don't know what to say. A pond, a ditch, I think it's just a terrible idea to begin with, everything. As for the road drains, I don't know why they're sealed up. The drains on the road are sealed up, so the water goes down the road. So actually, now that the house got built beside me, the water comes off the road and it comes into my house, between my garage and my house, and I got a retaining wall up in there, so it catches in the retaining wall and it's pushed into my basement and it's ruined my cinder block foundation. I've patched it, but it's just a patch. So I don't know if that was something, I don't know what happened with this house, and I know it was a fly-by-nighter contractor that built it, and his little minion excavators that did it. They trucked in 3 days worth of dirt from who knows where the dirt came from, probably somewhere fishy. I don't even know if I didn't think you could even move dirt from farm to farm, but what do I know? So the drainage is just ongoing. It's terrible. I just hope I get compensated if any damages happen to my home. As for traffic, well, this is a very busy road. People do drive very fast. I feel like throwing a basketball sometimes at some of those guys when I'm playing basketball with my daughters. They fly out of Lindo probably at speeds of 100, 120 kilometers an hour with their big diesels, and the hill, I just can't see driveways on the hill there, because that would be a fatality waiting to happen. What else I got here? And another thing, at the house beside me, they built it up so much they put dirt over top the drain that the previous owners, they just built dirt up. I don't know if I think their well's all above it.
I just want to give you a little warning. You got 1 minute left to go here.
Okay. What else here? My main focus is the drainage issue. I just really hope you guys can figure out this drainage issue. You know, like, could we divert it down the road somehow and not in my backyard? That's all I ask. Like, it's coming through my yard everywhere, every which way. I love the place. I love Lindo. I've lived here my whole life as well. I've never changed my address. I just want it fixed. I don't know. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Drainage and water seem to be the key issues here. So are there any other speakers that are online that I have not asked to speak?
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, it's Tina Graywall. I just wanted to say a couple of things. I think it's great that you're having this meeting. Lindo, as Corinne said, is a very special place. My husband and I have lived here for over 22 years. As Corinne, as with some of our neighbors, we are custodians of the original Charlton homes, and it's a very important responsibility that we have. And basically what I wanted to say is not all the wells are obviously dug the same amount depth-wise. We are only at 5 meters. So we constantly have water issues all the time. We have a cistern that we use, and we use that a lot. So we're not putting undue pressure on our well. But even then, it is always, every year, it runs dry, and it's really problematic. And especially when the farmers are watering their fields, that's when it becomes especially dry. We need our farmers. We need to support them and make sure that they have the water. It's of grave concern that this subdevelopment is going in. I know Lindo has to grow, but the water is a very, and what is going to happen if this thing gets passed, if this thing moves forward? Is somebody going to ensure that all the residents get their water, are able to have access to water, and because that is a human right, and we need to make sure that we deal with this issue. And that's all I have.
Thanks, Ms. Graywall. Is there anyone else that wishes to provide comments?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to just add one comment. Maybe the county could supply some information on the municipal drain that is being worked on right now, because I think there's some misunderstanding, or there hasn't been a lot of communication yet on the drainage planning for the subdivision and the county's portion and the county's involvement in correcting the municipal drain that exists there. And our proposal works in conjunction with the upgraded county plan for municipal drain for that area. So maybe the county can provide some of that information as well to the people to alleviate some of their concerns.
Okay, we'll get back to staff. Are there any other speakers that wish to speak?
Wednesday.
Madam Chair, I think Jason is here. Probably he will be able to answer that question.
Okay, that's fine. We'll get back to it. I just want to make sure there's no other speakers that are still on the line. There was still one that was missing. Okay, are there any, before we go to Mr. Godby, are there any questions from the committee? Mr. Godby, did you wish to speak to the drainage matter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. Through you to all the listening folks here. I did have a chat today with our drainage superintendent with regards to this. They are currently been working on the petition that is there to address this. The drainage concerns in this area. Realistically, I was talking to Chris, and you know the solution is quite a ways out. They've been doing some of the preliminary engineering design. I don't believe there has been the latest round of public consultations on that matter have not gone out yet. I can just provide one point of clarification. There's been a couple references made to the existing regional drain or municipal drain and this ditch that is currently, that has been kind of plugged up and is holding water back. I just want to provide clarity that is currently not a municipal drain. Norfolk County does not have any real involvement with that. That is a private drainage course that has been developed over the years, and the purpose of this municipal drain is to address and provide that legal outlet down to Big Creek. Really, without having drainage engineering staff here to speak more on the matter, I can have them assemble a summary as to where things are at to be brought forward. I guess it would be along with the next planning report that comes before council for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Godby. Any questions from committee members? For Mr. Godby, Mr. Rowe, or staff? Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I did some Googling of the Lindo village, and it was interesting. We're talking about a shortage of water, but I noticed there's a significant number of swimming pools in Lindo, looking at this space from the air. So it was kind of coincidental that we got a water shortage, but yet there's quite a few pools. I think there's probably 8 that I counted. But my question for staff is, the property's zoned RH, and at one time I heard that there was 30 lots proposed. And could the planners, or could the developer have gone with 30 lots at this time, being that we actually do require close to an acre for septic tanks? Or would that have been out of order to go for the full 30 lots?
So, Madam Chair, to Councillor Columbus, yes, I had the same question actually. How can 30 lots can be approved for private septic system? I don't know the history of the previous one. That is in 1988. It's a long time ago. So I mean, we don't have that information. But it seems like, I mean, based on our current policy, we need larger lot areas for private septic system.
Thank you.
Councillor Michelli, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the staff report, it indicates and recognizes the historical and cultural heritage of the village of Lindok, and several of our speakers today have referred to the long history of that community. And the staff report, and I guess this is a question for staff, it indicates that there would be a proposal to make sure that these dwellings reflect the character of that history and the visual elements that are consistent with the rest of the village. I'm just wondering, what would be the source of that design?
So, Madam Chair, so generally, I mean, we follow our policies, official policy that directs to preserve historical heritage, and we generally, from planning perspective, we generally ask for a heritage study, and a heritage consultant generally identify architectural elements what are significant and has heritage values. Based on those reports, we want to see those elements reflection in the new design, proposed design.
And Madam Chair, if I just add one more, so Mohammed, the report also refers to the fenestration of these buildings. So, like, how would they determine the organization or the pattern of the windows and the doors on each of these houses?
They will, through Madam Chair, they will conduct a survey, an investigation of the designated heritage buildings and identify their characters and architectural styles, and then they will propose specific elements in their, as I mentioned earlier, in their proposed design, and we'll review that, and based on that, we'll identify that specific proposal will reflect the heritage values of that area.
Madam Chair, just one more quickly. Mohammed, would there be an opportunity for some of the inhabitants of Lindok itself to have some input on some of that design?
Rowan, yes, that's what we are also thinking. We identified that there is a need of a neighborhood meeting. Probably we can also introduce, we can ask the applicant to provide some input of that study, and we can also share that with the neighbors, and they can provide their observation also that we can incorporate.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Michelli. Any further questions from our committee members? Okay, and I see that Councillor Rabbits is gone. Does anybody know? He didn't send a message. Okay. In that case, does somebody wish to move the staff recommendation and propose an alternative? Councillor Taylor, staff recommendation, and Councillor Columbus, you're seconding that. Any further discussion on the matter? All right, all those in favor? And that is carried. With that, I guess it will just be a motion to adjourn, and then we'll move very quickly into our special council meeting. So if I could have a motion to adjourn the Public Hearings Committee. It's moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that is carried. Does anybody need a 5-minute break, or are we okay to start right into the special council? You need 5 minutes? So let's say it's 4:35. At 4:45, we will reconvene for the special council meeting. 10 minutes. Thank you.
Do we stay at the same station?
I believe we're going to Councillor Columbus. Is that correct, Kevin?
That's correct. We will need to move to a separate one I'm about to send out for closed session.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, it's 4:45. Looks like everyone is back. Still not sure about Councillor Rabbits. I haven't heard anything. Councillor Shelley, there you are. Perfect. So I will now call to order the special council meeting. If I could have somebody move the agenda. Councillor Taylor, seconded by. I need a seconder for the agenda. Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, we have 2 in-camera memos that were provided to council. The first is an information memo regarding the disposition of land, and we will be relying on sections 239 2C of the Municipal Act, and B is an information memo regarding an update on legal infrastructure matter, and for that item, it will be sections 239 2 and E. So does council wish to, we will move into closed session. If I could have a motion to move in closed session pursuant to sections 239 2C and 2E of the Municipal Act, amended as the subject matter pertains to proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, and pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? And that is carried. And I believe everybody was sent a new link that will, it'll be in your emails for the closed session link. So we'll be logging out of here, and for the public, it's unlikely there are resolutions to come out, but we would be about 45 minutes likely before we've returned to open session. Okay, let's see, good to go?
Oh yeah, he's in there. Okay, we're good.
Okay, perfect. Welcome back, everyone. If I could have a mover and a seconder to reconvene an open session. Councillor Taylor's moving that, seconded by Councillor Michelle. All those in favor? And that is carried. So for the public, the two items again in closed session, we discussed the information regarding the disposition of property as well as an information regarding an update on legal infrastructure matter. Staff received direction in closed session on both of those matters. There's nothing to report publicly yet on either of those. More information will be forthcoming. And so with that, all I have is a mover and a seconder to move the confirming bylaw 21-28 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of Norfolk County at this special council meeting held on the second day of March 2021. We got a mover and a seconder, Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? That is carried. And finally, a motion to adjourn. Councillor Martin and seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that is carried. And special council is adjourned. We will see you next Tuesday at 3 p.m. Thanks, everyone. Thanks.
Take care.